Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with the last episode of SDtv for this week. Aaron, go ahead and dive on into it, my friend.
All right, good morning, everybody. How we doing? Lyle, good morning. Miss Mary Rose, how are you? Mr. Wilf. No, Mr. Wilf, you can't blame Michigan. I'm in Indiana. So it's got to go through Michigan to get to you. So we can blame Michigan for everything. I have no problem blaming Michigan for everything. Not at all. Darren, good morning. Luke, Peter, Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Cleveland got it. Art, good morning. Alex, Nico, good morning. Ivan, how are you? Yeah, I was honestly just looking at the weather before I got on here. Monday, this is just stupid. Monday, why did I move back to Indiana? Monday, the high is 11. That's the high. So, yeah, it's coming. Mr. Wilf, so London is buried. UK, good morning. Tiffany is back, good morning. How's NYC, Tiffany? Are you guys probably got snow coming, by the way. You guys probably got snow coming. All right. I was going to say a really bad joke, but I won't. I won't. And poking fun at New York City, but no, I won't. So yeah, so you guys might get some snow. Casper, good morning. RC, you guys probably got snow coming your way too. All right. No, I was just going to say that with the new administration in New York City, it's collective snow. So you guys all can share the snow. Sorry, that was really bad. That was really bad. I apologize. I don't want to political, but you guys can all share the snow equally in New York City. So sorry, I couldn't help it. I'm not bringing anything up. I'm just saying that was kind of a softball down the middle. So anyway, all right. Sorry, Tiffany. Sorry, Rick, if you're on. Sorry, Rick, if you're on. I'm just having some fun. All right. Sorry, Tiffany. Yeah, no, you just got on. Tiffany got on a week ago, and I'm already poking fun. Sorry, Tiffany. All right. Yeah, thanks, Alex. Appreciate it. No snow on the West Coast. Yes, I know. Yeah. All right. I'm sure Peter's just fine down there. If Amanda's on, she's fine. Hayes, I don't know, Luke, if you guys are getting snow in St. Louis. I try to live my life Indiana and east. So I don't know if you guys are getting it down there. All right. But yes, Midwest is getting hit. All right, Midwest is getting hit. Morning, Omar. Omar, you're in New York City too, right? I think Omar's out there with you, Tiffany, and Rick. All right. Okay, we do have news at 8:30 here, guys, so just be aware of that. All right. Yeah, you're in NYC too, yeah, Omar. Tiffany just came on about a week ago, a friend of Rick's. Composer NYC, that's the guy you see. Tiffany's a friend of his, and she just came on. She's from out your way too. Are you going ice fishing all weekend, Edward? Wow. All right, man. I can see Ed with a little heater and a little shanty. There you go. Thanks, Peter. That makes us all feel good. Anything outside of sun is a weird day in Vegas next. Oh, very cool. Heading back to Indiana in February and then May. Oh, nice, man. Whereabouts in Indiana are you going? Oh, yeah, in Miss Mary Rose in Fairfield County, Connecticut. So, yeah, you guys are all about that way. You guys are all close to each other. Terre Haute. Oh, gotcha. My great-grandma was from Palmetto, Indiana, which is just a little town outside Terre Haute. Okay, let's get started here, guys. So starting off on news, we've got our normal unemployment claims here. Sorry, I'm just laughing at myself with my snow joke. I do apologize. I don't normally get into that, but that was just, I thought it would be comical. Anyway, so I apologize if I offended anybody. So we've got our normal unemployment claims, right? They're forecast in 215. Remember, Wall Street considers 3 data points a trend. We had our 3 data points, 1, 2, 3, and then we had a little pop last week. But they're forecast in 215. That would come in up here. All right. So we'll see. We'll see where they come in. The forecasts have been off, obviously. You can see right on this graph, these are the forecasts, and this is where it comes in. Okay, because they've been overshooting each time, but we'll see. We'll see where it comes in. And more important than anything, right, we just want to see how the market reacts to it. We could care less how this comes in. It's just how the market's going to react and where does that put price, right? We got Empire State, Philly Fed. All this is at 8:30. All right, we do have some Fed members scattered throughout our day. It probably won't move us around too much. And then we kind of in like a lion, out like a lamb for this week, right? We had CPI, PPI, unemployment claims, and then Friday, right? Quiet, right? Friday's pretty quiet. Okay, so that's what we got going into today. We'll see. Check later today just for fun, to see if these unemployment claims and this CPI. Actually, let's do that because I'm always curious if those. I haven't looked since the PPI came out yesterday. See if we changed very much here. Nope. So going into the month here, still got 95% chance of a rate pause, and then our first rate cut's still out in June, and that's still only at 48%. It's not even over 50% yet. All right, so we'll see. We'll see if all these, as we get closer and closer, and we get more data and more data. Jay Wavy, good morning. Amanda, good morning. All right. Oh, you lived on the East Coast for school? Where'd you go to school, Peter? I'm just curious. You said you lived on the East Coast for school. You know what's funny is I can see myself in the little thing here on YouTube. And I fidget a lot. I just realized that. I'm always fidgeting with something. It's kind of creepy to watch yourself. All right. Okay, so let's get to it. Swear jar's down to 0.
That's my bad. When I close my streaming software, it resets it. I forgot to reset it today. I'll fix it though.
Okay, I thought somebody.
Yeah, we're still in the 50s. Still in the 50s. I just gotta fix it.
All right, I thought somebody went off yesterday afternoon and filled that sucker up. All right. Okay. All right, so let's get to it here. There we go. All right. So starting off in the VIX, that hot mic would have done it. That's right. Portland, Maine. Nice, Peter. All right. 34 degrees in Florida. You guys hang in there. Hang in there, Amanda. It's 16 here right now. That's like going to be the high. So you guys down there, hang into it, or hang in there. All right. You might get a frost. All right. So starting off with the VIX. Now we're looking at the new contract now. Okay. G is in golf. It started snowing right as I said that. Just started snowing outside. VXG. All right, that's the new contract. So that's the one you're going to want to look at. All right. Probably VXG exclamation point 2026. That's what I'm guessing it is. Yeah, VX. So for all you trading view peeps, VXG, I think it's VXG exclamation point 20, whatever it is. The G contract. Okay, so here's what we're looking at. That was better the way I had it. Hang on. All right, so the draw that we're in, the current short, is from these highs on December 17th. Gangster. Yes, G is in gangster. December 17th, that's 2015, right? 2015 down here to our lows at 1775. All right, so TradingView, don't complain if it's not the exact print or whatever. Just make sure you've got the right low, 2015. All right, 2015, 1775. Now, we didn't break that yesterday, okay? Throughout all the run up and everything else in the contract rollover and all that happy, fun stuff, we didn't break this short. All right. Excuse me. That short level, or that 61.8, I just don't have the 50% on here. That's why it might look weird to some people. I just don't have it. There it is. So 1923, you have to round up to 25 and add a tick, 1930. So we didn't break this short. And we got matumboed, we got slammed right when we got up there. All right, so that was your indice pullback. Everybody freaks out, right? And then right back into indice strength. So now that it's a big deal as to where we are. Okay, because this is where we are now. We've traded into the short, right? And we broke an extension. There was an extension long, and we know that. We were talking about that yesterday. Extension longs on the VIX and extension shorts on the indices don't last long. They're usually bear traps. Okay, and that's what it was yesterday. There was an extension long here from highs to highs that broke. So what we're watching now, right, is the halfway back from those 1775 lows. Okay, so we've got this big short above us, and that led us down, right? So what we're going to watch. All right, let me make sure this is, I don't like that. It irritates me when it's not lining exactly up, because then it makes the numbers fuzzy. There we go. So now we've got this long from lows. I wouldn't even call it a long, just a support level. But we need to pay attention to that. Okay. Now, what is interesting, now a break of that would be the 32s round down to 30 to the nearest nickel, subtract a tick, 25. Okay. So 25s and above, we're still in that long. All right. We need to break the 25s. All right. So when we zoom in, here's the series leading us down. Coming off of our highs, right? We traded into the shorts. Then we had the short setup right there, right? Right to the tick. Let me get rid of this. That's why I don't have that on there, because it just gets in the way. Okay? Trade into our short setup. Now we're at that target. Now, we've gone to and through that target, and you're going to see the inverse of this on the indices. We've gone to and through this target. Could there be this possible extension here? Yes. Now, we can look at this, traded once right there to a target. Here's number 2. This is really small. Okay, let me get rid of this too. All right, this is really small, but this is a straight down or not at all. And you'll see the same thing. You'll see the straight up or not at all on the indices. So if we continue to hold these extensions, right, we can just continue down. We can have a gap and go type day, and VIX would just continue to fall. Indices just grind straight higher. All right, if we break, okay, these extensions, then we can come all the way halfway back up here. All right, we can come up and get rid of this one too. We're going to get rid of all these lines. There we go. We can squeeze all the way halfway back. Now, could there be other resistance anchors above us, like yesterday's highs to lows? And yeah, absolutely, there could be. We just don't know where those are yet. Or we don't know if those are going to be used yet. We just got to go with what we know. Right? And we already know that there's resistance level from highs up here. All right. So that's what we're looking at. All right, the big deal, the big deal is breaking this opposing long setup. Right, and you can see it's starting to get defended here. So 1832, 30, 25s. So we need to break the 25s. All right, and then the indices are in the clear. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. We'll use this little extension kind of as our line in the sand. That would be an 1850. We don't need to round. 1855. So break the 55s, trade the 60s. We can squeeze back up into this resistance. Okay. Now we got new. Oh, we just had news. What did it come in at? I got to yakking. Oh, hang on. Not that. That. What did we come in at? Let's take a look. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. There we go. All right. Holy wow, that's a big beat. Forecast 215 came in at 198. Manufacturing, wow. So Philly Fed, wow. Jeez. Import prices, obviously those are up. Wow. Okay, so unemployment forecast 215 came in at 198. But this Empire State, this manufacturing, right? Jeez. That's a manufacturing index. It's 200 manufacturers, New York, right? Above zero indicates improving. So manufacturing forecast 0.08, now it's a 7.7. Forecast 0.08, above zero is improving. Now it's a 7.7. Wow, that's a big beat. So we'll see what the market does with that. I mean, that's not a huge market mover, but you can see like all the stuff that's going on with in the States is really starting to really show up. Wow. Import prices, manufacturing index. Yeah, the manufacturing index was forecast, same thing, over zero is improving, below zero is negative. Forecast negative 1.6, and it came in at a positive 12.6. So holy moly. Okay. So big beats across the board on our news events this morning. Now, again, all well and good. It's just a matter of how the market's going to respond to it. Okay, Laura asks, good morning. Did we break the December 17th draw on the continuous? Yes, I believe we did. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. This is the continuous here. Yeah, the December, the short. Are you asking about the short? Yeah, absolutely we did. Right? So that's the one you're asking about. Yes, this one, yes, absolutely we did. Yep, we broke that. But now we're kind of in that pickle, right? Because VIX expires next Tuesday. All right, so if the volume has switched into the new contract. So if you're going to buy volatility to hedge against downside risk, you're going to do it in the new contract, right? So that's why we're following that. And we kind of go through this once a month. All right. So anyway, going into the morning, this is what we're watching. Okay, going into the morning, this is what we're watching right here. All right. There we go. We do stocks midday, Michael. If I've got time at the end, I will. But yeah, usually we don't have time in the morning for stocks, but if I've got time here at the end, I will. I just looked at that one yesterday, actually. All right. Okay, everybody good? Everybody good? All right. Okay, moving on. Financials. Whoa, did we just drop? What did I say? 25, right? New low on the VIX there. All right, I'm gonna put a little 32, 30, 25. Yeah, got to break the 25s. Okay, watch that dip into low. That's a little dangerous. All right, so bank, our financials. Okay. Remember, when these are rising, that's a positive environment for the indices. When they're falling, negative environment. Doesn't move tick for tick. All right, but you can see bank is in these longs, right? There is this short above us. We're going to get hung up here. More than likely, we're going to get hung up at least for a little bit. All right. So that means the Russells, right? If we do get up here, the Russell's going to get hung up a little bit as well. All right. But the series that we're in, we're just looking at Wednesday at noon, yesterday at noon to highs. Okay. We're just going up in these little stair steps. All right. In that trend. And remember, bank's just an index. It doesn't have to be exact. But we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving here. Okay. But we do have room, right? We've got room for financial strength. Okay. Now, on the indices, here's the ES. All right. Made our pullback yesterday from our halfway back in the year, January 2nd, to our highs. We traded back down there, never hit our target. Our target's up here, these 70.39s. We traded back into that yesterday. There's our dip into lows, and there's our liftoff. Okay, so this is what we're watching going into the morning. Here's that extension. All right, from these lows, right, there's our pullback right there, and here's our extension long coordinating with the VIX. All right, and we'll just keep extending this to highs. Okay, so that's from 4 p.m. Wednesday, 3:30 Wednesday, yeah. So same extensions right there. Dang, the VIX is about to hit that target. So that's what we're looking at. Now, remember, extension longs on the indices and extension shorts on the VIX, those are normal. Those can hold, right? It's just the other way that usually end up as bear tracks. There's too many people sell lows, okay? So going into the morning, gap fill, 69.68. This is 20 points away. And we've got an extension long in the way. So probabilities are not there, okay? But we do have this unfilled gap right here. Holy moly, this thing's, there's profit. Look at that, profit taking right at that old gap fill. See that? Isn't that cool? Look at that old, we went up and filled that old gap. So 70.75s. Now, remember, look at that. Isn't that perfect? I think we traded 75s. We did 7,075. We traded 75s, and look at that profit taken. That's so cool. In fact, just gets me jazzed, right? All right. So remember, this isn't filled though until it fills during market hours. Okay. So it's still unfilled. 7,075. All right. But you can see that was the profit target of all these market participants right here. Bam, to the tick. All right, so we'll just keep trailing from those highs, right, to highs if we do make new highs. But you can see us make this pullback. Now, this brings into question, where's our half? So if we opened right now, our half gap fill would still be inside of that long. So if we do start to make a pullback today or this morning, guys, keep an eye on the half, right? Absolutely keep an eye on the half. All right. So we'll see. We'll see going into the morning. All right. Okay. I wonder if we hover around yesterday's unfilled gap and then pull back. Yeah, so we'll have to watch that. Markets are bullish, guys. We got bank we got the VIX and extension shorts. We got bank and longs. So as of right now, we are bullish. Path of least resistance is higher. Okay. That little dip into lows is spooky, but we'll see. We'll just keep extending this extension down. All right. There we go. Okay. So there's the ES. All right, there's the ES. Now, onto the NASDAQ, it traded right back into its support, right? And if you look at the NASDAQ, we're in this big old sideways range up here, right? So that's our halfway back on the year. All right, January 2nd, where is it? There's those January 2nds. Okay, so on the NASDAQ, the January 2nd, halfway back on the year broke, but we just fell right back into our support. And that's from December 17th up here to December 26th. Remember, this was briefly sloppy. There's the pullback targets up here. See, we haven't hit this target yet, so we just leave the draw right where it is. We just came back down. So here's the extension long on the NASDAQ. Same thing. All right, there were our pullbacks right there. And 4 o'clock yesterday, 3:30, 4 o'clock yesterday to highs. All right, we'll let the ES gap fill in the VIX be our guide. All right. Obviously, you'll have to be aware if we get up into this resistance because we'll get hung up there a little bit. All right. But there we go. So we got pullbacks to make. Eventually, we'll make them, right? We'll get something. We'll get something so we don't have to chase this if you're not already in it. Okay? So there's NASDAQ. Moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now, the YM has been the weakest, right? The YM has been the weakest. There it is. All right. Here's its pullback. All right. That's halfway back in the year. January 2nd to our highs on the 7th. Pullback, pullback. So look at the YM, though. All right. Shorts from highs, right? Leading us back down into our support level. All right. So watch bank, right? The YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements, right? But there's the YM short that never broke, right? Leading us back down. So you can see the YM is the weakest, right? It's actually in short setups. Now, again, I say it's in short setups because it is in short setups. But if we open up and bank takes off, it'll go through those like butter. Okay, so I have to be aware of that. All right, moving on to the Russells. Now the Russells have been the strongest. All right, here's the Russells. So there's that extension long, right? Extension long from the 12th, December 12th, highs to highs, right there. Son of a gun, man, that thing is rock solid, right? So there's that extension long, targets up at 29.64. Now we have touched the top of the range. We have touched the top of the range, so we need to be aware that this draw, this next long right here, is not the highest probability trade, which doesn't mean we can't take it. It just means we can't just blindly trust it, right? We need to get down here, see a reaction, start to lift off, and then we can look, right? But again, bank opens up, takes off, Russell's going up. It's going to bust through that high. All right. So there's the YM and the Russells. Excuse me. All right. So any questions, VIX Bank indices? VIX Bank indices. Before we get moving. Everybody good? Okay. Just remember those 25s on the VIX. That's what we want to see break. I mean, if you're to keep going up, right? 25s on the VIX. Okay, moving on. Bitcoin. Now we're giving Bitcoin all the room it deserves here. But what we're watching, right, are these shorts from highs. This is the beginning of the crypto winter up here, October 6th to our lows, November 21st. We are pulling right back into that. We're at that 38.2% line right now. Now, no longs have broken, okay? This little counter trend move that we've had, none of these longs have broken yet. There was a little extension that broke up here. We're not going to get too excited about that. So this long hit its target. You can see target right there, profit taking coming off target. These lows to highs. So we'll watch that as our next measured move. Okay, so we're just waiting for the trend break, right? We're just waiting for the trend break and finding out where our resistance is. Because once we break longs, we're at resistance, right? Can start adding to that short position if you got it. I might actually get, I mean, we'd have to break this, but we're getting almost back to my entries. So this would be a nice, cheap place to add if we can break longs. Okay. So there's Bitcoin. Now, crude oil. Crude oil is at a big deal point. It's a technical term for it. The level it's coming back into is a big deal. Okay. Because we had a trend break, we're in shorts, we broke. We didn't quite make it up into this short. So we've got this massive pullback right here. This is kind of what we've been waiting on. Okay. And that's from these lows on December 16th to highs. This run up broke a trend. It broke the short trend, and this is our first pullback after a trend break, which we know those are very, very powerful, right? So we'll see. Now, what's it getting hung up on here? Well, if you look and you want to get super technical here, that is the lows of the year to highs of the year. Second, right there. Okay, that's the lows of the year to highs of the year. Right there. See? Always know where you are. I always say, you know, halfway back in the day, halfway back in the week. You know, obviously know where you are halfway back in the year too. That's a big deal. That's that 50% off sale we talk about. Okay, but you can see we're getting hung up right there. So we had our dip into lows right here. Right? We had our dip into lows. We had our 1 hour bar close back above. We'll see if we can get another one, but if we start to lift off, we've got room. Right? This is kind of what we've been waiting on for about a month. We've kind of been stalking that. Okay? So I'll be looking to get into crude oil today, finally. Now, what I'd love to see, if the market would listen to me, and it doesn't, but what we see often is we'll see if we get a dip into this low, right? Kind of like we did here. We get a dip into this low and then get a 1 hour bar to close green back above that low, and then see if we defend it and lift off. Yes, that's a big boy move. Yes, that's a grown-up trade, big boy trade, right? That's a long way, right? Okay, so there's crude oil. All right, now gold and silver. Everybody freaked out last night with the pullback on silver. I got a bunch of DMs. I was actually looking at it. I was looking at the chart, and I immediately got a DM. Hey, did you take the silver? Right, and then I got another one after that. So people were paying attention, which is very good. I think both those people are on this call right now. All right, shook you out, Tamika, gotcha. But everybody, my brother was watching it, which is good, right? I was watching it too. Here's gold. Okay, gold's still in this extension long. All right, from the high on the 6th, all right, to our high on the 12th. There's our pullback right there, right? So we're just going sideways up here. Building a big old sneaky snake, that's a sneaky snake on top of an extension like that. Okay, some people call them a flag, some people call it consolidation, call it sneaky snake. All right. So nothing really crazy. All we've got here is support. All right, targets are up here at 46.70. All right. Now silver. Everybody calm down. All right. Everybody calm down for now. All right. There's two extension levels. Now, I've got time to do this here. We had these longs from October 16th to our highs on December 26th. That was a pullback. That's really the only pullback we had since October, right? Had that pullback right there. There's the target. So we've gone to and through that target. So we did have this extension long, and it did break. Okay, it did break. Remember yesterday we had two different extension long levels we were using, and this is more the intraday one right here. It's kind of a worker bee move that hasn't quit. All right, and that's from our high on the 9th. Is that last Friday? Highs to highs. Okay, and that held, absolutely. Now, if you also want to look at, always know where you are, halfway back in the week. Here's halfway back in the week. All right, almost the same, right? Very, very close. So could we all of a sudden start going sideways up here? Yeah, absolutely we could. Okay, because now, if you look, we traded the long, we broke the short, right? And now we've broken the long. Bam, right? So could we start going sideways up here? Yeah. Now, if these break, right, we're making a larger pullback. All right, a much larger pullback, and that might be a gift. I mean, that next pullback that we know about would be down at 73, right? So I would not have a problem with that. with most of you guys that have been with me for a while, your average fill is probably so low that you would have no problem, or you would not be upset if we had a 73, a pullback to the 73s, because your average price is so down there that this would be a gift, right? So we'll see. We'll see. But wouldn't be surprised, right, if we start going sideways here. Okay? Not that that's going to happen, but we've broken a long, broken a short, sitting on top of an extension. We could go sideways. We'll see. All right, we'll see. Okay, so there's the precious metals, but this is support. That is support. All right, so there's precious metals. Now, moving on to the dollar. Okay, here's the dollar yen. All right, its next long is from December 23rd to our highs on January 13th. Okay, we haven't quite made it down here. All right, we're just kind of levitating here. And we were actually holding this morning. See if we just broke it. Nope, not yet. So we're actually holding this short, leading us down. Okay. Now, what's kind of getting spooky, we kind of brought it up yesterday, what's kind of getting spooky is the dollar, or the euro's in shorts too. Okay. So here's that potential short setup that would lead us back down into support. All right. And look at the euro. Euro's in shorts as well. So if we see the euro and the dollar yen in shorts together, right? And it doesn't happen in an instant, right? Like, it takes a while for them to get in short setups. But if they're both in short setups together, we got to pay attention. Right? Okay, so here's the euro. All right, here's this long, and it's just not materializing. It's under pressure right now. This is all dollar strength. All right, this is all dollar strength in nominal terms. In real terms, it's getting demolished, because look at gold, right? Gold compared to the dollar, right? Not yet. So, or gold compared to the S&P. So anyway, this is dollar strength right now. All right, now a break would be those 115.98. All right, and that's from November 6th to our highs at the end of December. All right, now we haven't broken that yet. All right, but that target is down here. That target is from this big pullback off of highs. And there's the target. So all we're doing here, all right, is just walking this thing down in this series of measured moves. All right, there was number one. There's number two. That went through its target, so we could have a lows to lows here. All right, that's going to keep leading us down. All right. We'll have to pay attention when we get to this target right here. All right, that's straight up dollar strength. Straight up dollar strength. All right. But again, the indices are kind of in neutral with their correlation, and the precious metals are just giving the dollar a big middle finger, basically, for a technical term. All right. So there's the euro. Now, British pound, remember, had room, right? It still had room to fall. And this is a juicy long down here. All right, this is a juicy long. Okay, and that's drawn from this low on October 31st to our highs on January 5th. That's down here. And we've been kind of just following this along, right? There's its short setups. There's the bigger one. So that target's down here. So now that this is the same setup as the euro, right? Just gorgeous, right? Just perfect technical moves here. Now we've blown through that target. We can look at this, see if this extension holds. Okay, but this is all dollar strength, right? Which again, indices are kind of neutral, and precious metals are just, they don't care. They got their own thing going. All right, at least right now. All right, okay, so let's see what we got. Still hanging out. Remember, 25s, we would need to break the 25s. All right, 32, 30, 25. Yeah, we need to break the 25. All right, and then, yeah, we're just going to follow along with these extension longs and extension shorts here. All right, we're in the clear for news. Basically, we're in the clear for news till the end of the week, right? So gap fill, you know, you could, let's see where the half would even be right now. Yeah, we're getting, we'll see. We'll see. If we do start to trade towards in the direction of the fills, and you're looking at the half, just be aware that you've got an extension in more than likely that's going to be in between you and the half. Okay? Just keep that in mind. All right, now I know that was a lot for if you're new. I get done talking about these and I'm like, crap, that's a lot of stuff. Just stick with it. It will start to make sense. Tiffany, I know you're new. And a few other people. Yeah, just stick with these and it'll make sense, right? It just takes time. A lot of people aren't familiar with some of the stuff I talk about. So it just takes time. So just be patient with yourself. None of us got this in a day or even a week. All right. And ask Rick. He knows his stuff for sure. All right. Peter, hope that didn't degen move. No, if we break trend on silver, there's going to be a pullback. That's not a degen move. That's just a degen move would be just, I'm going to short it up here because I think I'm picking the top. That's a degen move. Right? But if price breaks trend and we go into shorts, that ain't degen. That is just doing what price says. Right? The price is smarter than we are. There's a new one. Price is smarter than we are. All right. Thanks, Edward. Thanks, Art. Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? Stay warm, Amanda, and you guys down south. Stay warm, bundle up. I know it's rough down there. All right. Okay, thanks everybody. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right. Only calculated degen. Right, exactly. Very good, Peter.
There
all right,
you go.
thanks everybody. Talk to you guys at noon.
All right, thanks, Aaron. See you later.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we'll be back. We have Adidas coming on to trade live with us. If you are someone who likes to follow Adidas trades, he's gonna try to do both in the Discord, so we don't have any of the lag, the few seconds of lag. But he's gonna try to do it in the Discord and on YouTube. So we'll be back with Adidas. Looking through some names. Semiconductors seem strong today. TSM gapping up into all-time highs. AMD really strong. NVIDIA showing a little bit of strength as well. Not quite as strong as TSM and AMD, but so keeping a watch on semiconductors for myself today. We'll be watching the indices as well. But we're going to step away here for a few minutes, and then when we come back, we will be back with Adidas for live trading. Jordan can't be here today. He had a work thing come up, but Adidas and I will be here ripping some trades with you guys for the morning. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back. What's up, chat? We are back. Oh, okay. I got trying to
Can you
get.
hear me?
Yep, I got you now. Yep.
Oh, okay. I guess it all worked.
Yeah, I can see your video now.
All right, perfect. Let me share. All right, how's that? There we go.
Looks good. All right, cool. Got that in. Let me just get your chart. Good morning, everybody. Adides, how you been?
Hey, doing well. Been good, man. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good.
We are let's see here. I've been actually
Looking at a little silver here, huh?
yeah, gold and silver have been
Yeah, just ripping.
it's hard to I mean, I guess you can still do it in the prop firms. I trade these on my live accounts just because I swing them, so it's like a lot easier.
Okay.
But yeah, gold and silver have been on a tear. Probably my greatest trades last year. So, and actually continuing into this year.
Yeah, man, they've been no chill, just cruising. So is that what you're kind of focusing on today? Or are you watching Nasdaq as well? Nasdaq pumping here.
Yeah, I'll do both. I'm gonna see if there's a opportunity in gold here. I'm looking to see if we pull back to the 560s on gold, and if we hold that retracement and push back above 570, I look to long there.
Okay.
As far as NQ goes,
Yeah, unfortunately, NQ's kind of run away on me here.
you know, let's see if we can get something here. All right, here we go, guys. I'm gonna seeing if we can catch a continuation long. If we can get a pullback on this open.
Yeah, that's what I would love to see. But unfortunately, at this point, like a pullback to any level for me is, it's more, it's like it's pretty ugly. It's like, you know what I mean? We're like,
oh yeah,
it's like if we pull all the way back to the level, it's not necessarily a pullback. It may be we're starting to shift trend. So we'll see here. I'm gonna stay patient. I have NQ coming into a couple of resistance levels here. This area we rejected this week a couple times.
yeah, I'm not going to be able to really take a trade long until I see how we react at 900. So I'll pull back to 900. So about 40 points or so. And then I could see we could probably scalp a quick 50 pointer there.
I am still holding the CVX swings, chat, if you've been on the stream earlier this week. Unfortunately, a little bit weaker overnight, but we'll see. Still holding up all right. Market open here in about 15 seconds.
All right, let's see.
Let's get it, baby. Let's get it.
Let's see what VIX is doing. All right, so we're in between two draws here on the VIX. This probably coincides with I don't even know what it'll coincide with on NQ. I'll keep watching this though.
Semiconductors, TSM, AMD, NVIDIA, all pretty strong. Keeping an eye on them.
Okay, so we're hitting resistance on VIX. Let's see if we can break down. I'm watching this 15.7 level here. If we break that, that should have NQ.
Dow and Russell both pumping out of the gate here.
Breaking up. VIX kind of keeps falling here. I think I'm gonna. All right, guys, I'm eyeing longs here. I'm looking to try to see if we can get an entry here at 900. I want to make sure we just don't break past here. I might take this long, guys. I'm really close to pulling the trigger here. Just a little bit more pullback for me. I'm eyeing longs here. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait for my 900. I want to get in long. I think I may have missed it here. Just need a little bit more of a pullback. All right. This is what I wanted to see here. Let's see. It's still pushing down. All right, guys. I'm in long here at 95, 895. 20-point stop. All right, guys, it's 10 points. Gonna need to break this 904 here. This is, I mean, this is fine. This we have this long draw here, so just waiting.
Tried a few NVIDIA 189 strikes.
I have a couple January 2027. I got stopped out on this one. All right. If we break I'm gonna put a stop order at 83 long. So if we hit 83, I'm gonna get back in long here. I'm not convinced of this.
Yeah, VIX is not breaking higher, breaking lower. Well, it's kind of flat right now, actually. Sitting right at its open.
Guys, I'm in longs at 83 here. Stop is at 63. 20-point stop. Let's see if we can get a trim off at 920 here. Guys, I am long 83, 20-point stop at 63 here. Hopefully get a nice bounce here. There we go. Another 10 points. Come on, give me something. You know, last couple days I've been getting like 10, 15.
It's not getting the follow through.
Yeah. Like 10, 15 points getting stopped out. 10, 15 points. I mean, yesterday, luckily, I hit like a nice, I think I got like 60 or 80 points realized. Can't remember, but it's been rough. Guys, I mean, so this long draw is still holding. Oh, man, I'm about to get stuck. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm 0 for 2. Pull this back.
Dow pumping.
Means I don't want to short here. Guys, I'm taking a one more stab here long. I'm in long 75 here.
Give us the flip and rip, eh?
I'm on my third prop firm group, so I do one trade of prop firm. Just FYI, guys. I know most of y'all know that, but. Stops at 53. There it is. Come on.
$25,827.25 is the lower level here on NQ. The video is still holding up all right. I actually might add one more into the video here.
I'm wondering if we're gonna. VIX is gonna break. There we go. There we go.
Baby. Ah,
Guys,
the
I'm
video,
taking a
give it
trim
the
here.
fill, give it the fill.
All right, stops a break even for me. You're gonna let this one run.
Dang it, no video.
What's NVIDIA at? Let's take a look. Oh, not bad.
Yeah, I tried adding to my my order and it didn't fill me. I just adjusted it to it, so I added one more into that. I'm in the 189s at $96 a contract. See, my next level above on NVIDIA is at 189.12, so see if semiconductors can stay strong.
I gotta stop that break even there.
Come on, NQ. Let's
Really
do the
getting
dang
much.
thing.
Let's take a look at news. What's going on? News wise.
Bright Future said I'm done 2
Thank you.
losses, 2 accounts a day the last minute. Yeah, Bright Future. I mean, pretty volatile open morning. You know, if you're gonna trade the open, you might want to size down just a little bit. Sometimes these, you know, that first 15 minutes can be pretty volatile.
Yeah, sorry about. Yeah. It's futures are rough. You have to. It's really all about sizing properly. Unless your strategy is kind of just, it's just heavy, right? Where you take three trades in your account's blown, right? So there's plenty of people that do that.
Okay, in the video. Yes, making new lows here.
Trying to figure out if. Oh man, I should have kept this silver long. Let's take a look what silver's doing.
Okay, in the video, let's go. Video contracts at 132 from 96. I like that at NASDAQ long, but since we got this close to the level, I wish we would have traded it.
I had an open order on silver overnight at 86.165, and it hit 86.19. Unbelievable. That's so unfortunate.
Nvidia up a little over 50% here, 60%. Cons at 150 from 96. Let's get these bad boys in the monies. Okay, QQQ and Q. All right, Nvidia, let's go, baby. Looking for my first trim on the video at 189.12. Cons at 165 here. I'm gonna put a trim at maybe 180.
Well, there was the long.
NQ all the way back above its opening print here.
Guys, I'm eyeing shorts here at I'm gonna go ahead and take this short at 930. 20-point stop. Right on that 15-minute orb.
Okay, here's a level on the video.
Ooh, I got stopped out immediately.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm back on the short 35. All right, guys, that's 20 points. Give me a little more. All right, guys, taking the first trim here at 907. Stops break even. Would like for this to run down to 877 for the next trim. Just got to break 900 here. Yes, I got my stops at about 30. Just 5 points in profit. So let's see if we can get some continuation.
NQ rejecting its open here.
All right, guys, that's 30 points. All right, guys, we're back to about 15 points in profit or so. Stops at 30 for me. Still in the short. I'm a little bit surprised. I'd be surprised if we don't make it back down to 860, honestly. Break 900 should give us our trim at 870. I'm gonna put my trim at 880. Trim is at 880. See what silver's doing.
Come on, the video. Let's get new highs here.
So from the last week you guys saw we had that huge drawdown. It just looks like people are rotating their cash. So nothing really bearish. So I expect this to get to all-time highs fairly soon.
Let's do it like now. I'm gonna be cool with that.
Now, I'll take it. I'm in the short right now, but
can't get over the opening print here.
all right, guys. There's 45 points. I still got this trim at 80. I would like to get that full TP here. Just need a candle close below 900 here on this 1 minute. Doesn't look like we're getting it though. Boom. Trailing from 900 here, guys. It's 70 plus points. Okay, I'm trailing this down. Take one more trim off here at 67 and I don't really see us breaking 50 here, but let's see. I'm trailing this down from 80. Boom. Boom. All right. Let's take one more trim off, guys. I just got one runner. I'm just going to let this trail by itself. No more shorts.
That's new lows on ES and NQ, RTY, and the Dow holding up better than that. I got a little greedy on the video there.
All right, guys, about 80 points, I believe, realized on that one. Gonna trail this bad boy down. Let's see what else we can get.
Let's see.
Still in this short, guys, at 80. Watching silver right now. If we guys, if silver holds this area, we actually might see 65s if we don't break up. Just be careful.
NQ with the new lows and immediately seeing some buying.
Guys, I'm eyeing longs here. I'm out of that short, by the way. Eyeing longs here. I'm in at 81 here. Long, 20-point stop. I am on my last account here. My last grouping. I'll probably cycle through to those first two that I took losses on at the open, and I'll probably call it a day there. All right, guys, we're getting 10-15 here. I'm looking for a breakout at 900 here. I'm gonna need a little bit more here. We're almost at 20 points. Come on. Come on. Just waiting for this 1 minute candle close. If we can close above 900, I won't take the trim. All right, guys, I'm going to wait for 922 here. I have my first trim at 922. All right, guys, that's 30 plus. Moving stops break even. Still no trim. Trim is at 22 on this long. Points away from PT on this long. Come on. Don't do this to me.
Let's go get new highs, baby. We want new highs.
They're gonna do me dirty. They're gonna stop me out and then rock it, I'm sure.
Don't do
Risk-free
it.
trade right now.
Don't do it.
I probably shouldn't have been greedy, but it's okay. Still up 20 points here.
Do we have any more data today? Thursday. No, everything was pre-market.
I was kind of hoping we'd revisit this short draw. All right, guys, I'm out of this long. I'll revisit this long. I don't know if I want to.
Well, this has been a tricky first 30 minutes here. You definitely had the chance. I mean, Adidas, you did a good job of playing both directions here, but you definitely could have got whipsawed
Oh, yeah, for sure.
in this action here. Really, NQ's got about 100 points, 940 to 840, where we've been kind of just whipping back and forth.
I'm good taking this risk long here. So I'd like for us to get down to 50, kind of see how we react. We're gonna have to see London taking profits soon. So I'm gonna assume a wide retracement down before a run up. I would have loved to take that long 70 there, but that would have put me at like a 40-point stop.
Come on, NVIDIA, let's go.
Why is it playing,
Yeah,
Just run.
for real.
All right, guys, I'm eyeing longs here. I just want us to touch 54. I just want to see how we react at 54 here. If we blow past it, long is voided. Oh, come on. Don't go without me. Don't go without me.
you say you have a meeting in about 15 minutes?
Yes, yeah, I do. Really wanted that long, but it's not giving it to me.
Not making it easy, that's for sure.
Like, see a wick like that. It's telling me something. It's telling me it wants to rebound up.
Can you take me higher? With your AI chips. The whammy bar in the guitar. It's like, what instrument do you play? Oh, I just do the whammy bar.
Yeah.
I'm the whammy bar guy.
That'd be a solid gig.
My cousin played guitar. He used to have one of those things. The video is kind of flagging here. You need NQ to start popping.
Bitcoin looks like it's going to run back up to 140.
VIX is at its low in the day. Die, VIX, die. Pump, market pump.
There's that fib. There's that. We're literally right here on this this fib draw here on VIX. If we can break this, then it should be good. If we don't, though, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, we're so close. We can just. God, look at these beautiful wicks. I can't catch any of this right now. I've been trying to find an opportunity long, but I just cannot get it.
Come on. Enough of this consolidation.
Guess we're just gonna have to wait for a bit.
My fear is NQ is going to need to make one more new low before bouncing. But I don't feel like
It's possible. I mean, VIX is right there. I mean,
I
we
know.
got
Popped a new low and then bounced right back.
actually we do got some possible room to the upside.
CVX swing contracts, guys, are at 124. Our entry's at 65, so Still holding up right. CVS still looks pretty good.
All right, I'm gonna try to get a scalp on. I can't get it. Here, I can't believe I can't even. Ugh. I could have scalped this like crazy. Ooh, what's that? All right, guys, I'm going long here at 61.
All right, baby, pump us. Let's go.
I'm getting a little antsy here. Oh my! Well, okay.
I'm pissed. I just didn't take the trip.
All right, guys, stops at 41.
All right, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. If we underinvest in AI, China wins. That means pump NVIDIA, people.
Oh my goodness! Oh my! Come on!
That is a new low on NQ. I did just. I wish I would have just taken that NVIDIA trim on that first push. Stupid.
We got plenty of room. I guess I'm in this long at 61. I think y'all probably would have y'all should have gotten a better fill because we had that quick candle down. So hopefully y'all are in at like 50 or 40. We green, baby. I'm looking for a monster run up here. 50 points. There we go. Guys, candle close above 70. Candle close above 70 here on this 1 minute, and I think we pump it. Beautiful, beautiful. Stay here.
More.
It's gonna be my last trade. I've cycled. I'm back to my, what was it? So this is my second loss. Yeah, that second loss in the morning. That's on the account on that right now.
New highs on the Dow.
There we go. 10 points. Need more. Guys, first trim for me is going to be 900 on this one. There we go. 20 points. Come on. Guys, if we hit 86, I'll move this to break even. Need us to hit 86 for break even. Roughly 20 points. There we go. 20 more points for trim for me.
Need NVIDIA to break out of this 188.50. Can't get above it right now.
They're just not getting anything. Back to break even on this one. Still long here. 20 point stop.
Oh my gosh. VIX is back at its lows. Get the memo. It's time to go higher. Market. Let's go. You know what? Maybe we need a we need
What do we need?
let's see. You know what? Do we need a DJ fart or do we need Amar dancing vibes? Which ones do we need? What do you think? What's gonna pump us?
Need those dancing vibes.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Unfortunately, I don't think we get the audio, but the Amar vibes are high. Let's go. All right, Amar, pump us one more time, baby. One more time.
Let's go.
Come on.
Hey, it worked.
Let's go.
Keep going.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Come on, Amar. Keep the vibes high, baby.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Come on, Amar. Come on.
Again.
Again, we're just
As soon as you played that, it popped.
That's it, baby. Let's go. How could you not? I mean, look at those vibes. Hopefully, I'm not blowing everybody's eardrums off.
This chop is sickening. It really is.
Yeah. Yeah, big gap up, I guess, you know, kind of got to digest that move a little bit. It's not like all that shocking, right? You know, you probably have some bulls trying to defend longs. You have profit taking from longs overnight during London, you know.
Yeah.
So
definitely London.
It's not shocking. It just obviously it can be frustrating.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have this trade going. I'm gonna have to. This is probably my last trade for the day, though. Let's see how this pans out here.
NVIDIA contracts are sitting at 152. I have trim set at 180, I think. Double check. Yeah, I have trim sitting at 180 on NVIDIA.
Finally.
Which would
All
be
right, we back. So guys, not gonna go break even quite yet.
need back near highs on NVIDIA for
Boom.
the trim. Come on,
Guys,
let's
stop
go, baby.
breaking
Let's
in
go.
on that.
Let's go.
First trim for me is still at 900. Risk-free trade for me here. This will be it. We are up 20 points. Got about 30-ish. Probably not 30, but close. All right, risk-free. Let's see if we can. These wicks are. If we get back down to 45 and reject, I'm going to take this long again if I get stopped out. Okay, guys, I'm out of this long.
Oh my gosh. What annoying price action.
So I'm going to be looking to get back. So essentially what I want to see is I want to see us kind of touch down to the 40s and get like kind of like a quick wick jerk reaction there. And then I'll play this long draw with the 15-minute OR low here. If we can get that, I still want to be long. Everything here is telling me this thing's going to run up, so.
We want the moon. We want the moon.
I gotta hop off for a meeting.
Oh yeah, no worries, man.
It was a pleasure, man.
Yeah, sounds good. If I don't talk to you the rest of the day, we'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely, man. Have a good one.
All right, man, you too. All right, here, chat. Let's see. Video just been flagging. Tried to break higher here, not getting a follow through yet. Q's still hanging on. Need the Q's. If we can get the Q's back over the opening print, should be a good sign for the video. Come on. Testing the patience today. Should have just taken the trim when we tagged. Over here, I got a little greedy and put my trim at like another $10 or $15 higher, thinking we'd get a little more follow through, and we didn't. I was a dick for a tick, which is regrettable. Hey, $10 there, baby. $10 in the swear jar. All right, worth it now. We're happy. We're happy we didn't take the trim. Come on. Right back into this little range here. Anybody attend the third and final night of Zach's futures and prop firm boot camp last night? AMD TSM still trucking. How was it, Tamika? Was it good? Oh, Tamika, that reminds me. I looked into the Top Step. We were talking about the rebuild charges. So if anybody here has used Top Step, Tamika and I talked about this before. But I had canceled accounts with them, like manually canceled accounts with them in August of last year, and they continued to rebill me. I went back and looked, and across 3 accounts, I was rebuild account renewal charges on closed accounts 10 times. So like they're 50K accounts, so it's like a $51 or $52 rebuild charge, renewal charge. So over $500 in renewal charges from Top Step. I reached out to support. I'm waiting to hear back. You had 9? Yeah, it's crazy. And I wonder like how many thousands of people they've done that to, and like, you know, who's noticed and who hasn't. Oh man, the Dow is so trucking, but ES and NQ cannot get on board. Screw you, NVIDIA. Screw you. Ah! Bad management on my part here. Yeah, like they probably made, who knows. How much money off of that? And their new dashboard, it's like kind of weird. Like if you try like I had to open 2 tabs and like look at like the subscription ID, then the renewal charge, because I had a bunch of accounts at one time. 3 days to get back. Oh. Well, time decay killing these at this point. I'm just gonna cancel these orders and see. In case I decide I want to close, I don't want those orders sitting. In case I decide I want to close this. See here, see if we can tag VWAP and hold. Breaking, 20 men charged in point shaving scandal. All right, ES looking a little better than NQ here. Almost back to its open. Come on. Join the party, NQ. Come on. The Dow just Ripper Magooski. The Russell, Ripper Magooski. Oh my gosh, NQ, you're driving me nuts. Get it together. Get it together. Oh, I guess I don't need the headphones. I do. There's one thing I do enjoy about the solo stream. I gotta wear these damn headphones. Man, this is some choppy, chop. Chop suey. Come on. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Come on, baby. That's what we like to see. Come on. Come on, Lee. Come on. Pump it, baby. Come on, NVIDIA. Join the party. Pump. That is, yes, did tag a new high there intraday. Come on, NQ. Do the same thing. NVIDIA, do the same thing. It hasn't gotten to its pre-market high, but it got just a tick above its first 5-minute candle high. What I don't like is this is right at a level here where he has rejected before. If it rejects, I don't like that for NQ. NQ can't even get back to its opening print. So being a little redheaded stepchild, pissing me off. Oh my gosh! I'm over it. I'm over it. Oh, it's disgustingly annoying. Oh. Well, there's VWAP on NASDAQ, but this is annoying. It's an ugly 2-minute close. Not even a little pullback on the Dow and the Russell. Banks dripping, yeah, that sounds about right. VIX is trying to hold here. It's seeing a nice bounce with that ESNQ rejection. Just look at this freaking 2 minute. Disgusting, disgusting 2 minute chart. It's misery. Misery. All right, Amar, we need you, brother. Amar, what you doing, bro? Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm about over it. Nvidia's the break even. Now a couple down, a couple bucks. Oh, did I screw up the management on this one? Sometimes I hate how good these levels are. Like, too freaking accurate every dang time. Oh, yeah, today's brutal. Got probably just got my hopes a little too high. The action out of the gate made me think we might get a nice strong trending move here, but we are 10 seconds away from the first hourly close here. NQ is basically just digested this big gap up, gone not a whole lot anywhere, just kind of consolidated in about a 100-point range here. We'll see here if the video gives up VWAP, starts to break down further, we'll probably just cut it. Might have to bust out the N64 action. While we sit here and watch this chop. Got the controller, baby. Maybe that's what we need to pump it. Come on, baby. Come on, VWAP. See, what game should we play? Sorry if that's loud. I gotta turn the volume up. Ooh. Ooh, that is loud. Oh, dang, Brian. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't looked at that today, but I looked at it this morning. And yeah, I mean, look, you got this big spike and then back up to high. So the end of the day yesterday would have been frustrating, but the gap down overnight, yeah, you're right, pretty nice. So I apologize if I talked you out of it. All right, NQ giving us a try here. Come on, baby. Got a little golden eye action. Back to the old print. Oh, she's not gonna look. Oh. See, I knew N64 would pump us. Videocons at 130 here. ES popped its opening print. Need NQ to do the same. It's pretty dope though. I got this connector that allows me to play N64 games on my PC with the N64 controller. Pretty sick. Oh man, I haven't played this in so long, and I was probably a child when I did. We'll go Secret Agent. Come on, baby. Come on! Why is it not working? Why is the controller not working? Oh, that's it. Oh, you remember how to shoot. Okay, there you can see. Got the silencer going. We just need a little Nintendo nostalgia. Oh baby, they're coming at me. I'm not very good at this. I've never been much of a gamer. That's our boy. Come on, NQ, break that OP. I know, I'm hoping so too, but NQ rejecting the opening print again here. Need that to break. Ah, the video. Jeez, it just can't break this 188.50s. Every time we've gone there, we just keep rejecting. What is happening? Game like glitching out on me? But what? The truck's just stuck in the middle of the door. It's not open. What is happening? Restart. This means. Dude, I don't know what to do. Game's glitching out. Just like this. Chop. Bruh. Need the open to break here on NQ. Right now that thing is built like a brick shit house. YM and RTY still holding up. The ES hourly has broken new highs. ES looks a little better than NQ here, unfortunately. Oh my goodness, are we really? Oh, I looked at that, Brian. I looked at that. I saw they were pumping today. I looked at that name. Alright, NQ back to VWAP. Can it hold this time? 3. Oh, nice jump move, buddy. Oh, NQ, you suck. Back to the lows on NQ. I'm getting smoked all over the place here. Well, looks like N64 was not the move. It did not pump us like I had hoped. Freaking opening print, man. So annoying. Just rejected again, back down to the lows. Oh, makes me just want to call it. I'm over the chop. So annoying. Wow. What a stupid looking chart. No, there's new lows on NQ. First time it's come back into VWAP all day. What a annoying day. It's looking like I'm about to be Peter. This is the level on NQ here. If it could hold. This wouldn't be a crazy area for the market to hold, in my opinion, but NVIDIA contracts are down about $20 a contract here. I might try a counter trend QQQ long. Well, I don't know. I don't even know if I'd call it counter trend, but try QQQ long and see if this is the low. Oh, that looks like a immediate failure after the level tried to hold. Ah! Yeah, I'm gonna give this like, how is it? Maybe give this a 5 minute or 10 minutes, 5 minute close or 10, give it to 11 o'clock here. See if this level tries to hold or not. I mean, at this point, what's a gap fill? That's QQQ. What's that? Gap fill is about 200 points away to the downside on the NASDAQ. I don't know. Gonna give it another 5 or 10 minutes here and see if the market tries to hold here. If not, I'm gonna join Peter on the big L train and call it a day. Be the low. Be the low. Oh, I'm just pissed I didn't take that first trim on the initial pop. This is basically where I entered NVIDIA originally. Due to theta, the cons are down 16, 15, $16. VIX is back at its high during the New York session. There's new lows on NQ. It's 7 minutes till 11 o'clock here. Peter, what'd you trade today? CVX is trading at 166.64. The ES hourly went from looking like a decent hammer hourly buy to a complete outside bar. Pretty ugly. So this is our hourly. All right, we hadn't made this low yet. Triggered above is looking like maybe an hourly buy setup, a little fall through, and now we have a complete outside bar in the hourly. Pretty ugly. Definitely not the most fun action to trade. There's 15-minute. Oops. NVIDIA's trying to hold the level. Man, RTY is just no chill, trucking. Right. Video back in the VWAP here. NQES trying to hold VWAP. All right, James Bond. Yeah, Brad, it's tough. Hindsight's always 50-50, or always 20-20, 50-50. Oh, there's NQ. Okay. 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 Any news there? Trump, the EU is very unfair for U.S. tech companies. I mean, I don't know if that had anything to do with that. I doubt it. Come on, let's get some follow through, eh? Wow, RTY, crazy. Holy smokes. Come on, baby. Let's join the party. Qs are trying here. I wish NVIDIA was trying a little bit more. This does give me at least a reason now to hold unless we break those lows here. Man, RTY is just Ripper Magooski. Crazy. Didn't even come out. Let's see if this works or glitches. Come on, baby, let's go, let's go. Door's locked. Where the heck am I supposed to go? I don't know where I go, chat. Anybody ever play? Oh, let's see. UK. Just some UK news comments. I need some gold in that direction. I don't know where to go. Oh, that's the alarm. I don't like that. Where the heck do you go? Can I shoot this lock? Come on, baby. Keep pumping, NQ. Hell, you play a little catch-up here in the video, huh? I guess we're supposed to end this episode, or this level. Yes, is back above its open. No. That was a lot. Just to be short. Alright, primary or neutralize bungee jump. Neutralize all alarms, bungee jump platform. Okay. That's what I'm trying to do. Come on, baby. Let's get some follow through before lunch, eh? Come on, the video. There we go, baby. It blew me up. I didn't know that was possible. Oh, it just blew me up. Dang. Gotta respect it. That was a good move. I didn't know the barrel was full of explosives. Oh, jeez. All right. Now, the Qs scare me a bit just because this is where we've rejected multiple times now. Sorry, buddy, I don't typically like to shoot people in the back, but when you're James Bond, you gotta do what you gotta do. Just following orders. Government orders. Ugh. Come on, let's not fade this. One more. said neutralize all alarms, so am I supposed to shoot these? Oh, hey, buddy. Soviet Russian spy. You can tell where it's coming from. The video is getting a little more followed through with the cues here. we already get this guy? I think so. Where are we at? Do I gotta shoot them till they explode? That's annoying. I gotta go back and do all these things now. Ugh, pain in my butt. You got no bullets for this bad boy? Oh, come on, baby. Don't do this to me. E9Q over that open. That's how James bonded up. So that's all the buildings. See. We'll make sure all these alarms are blown up. Do have Aaron coming back for the nooner. Trade of 5, by the way, reached out. They asked us to start the game show next week. They had a company-wide meeting, outing type thing. So they were struggling to get us the account set up and everything, but we will get started with Tradeify sponsored trading the game show next week. The NQ coming back into its opening print. VIX back at its lows. Can it break it though? All right, objective A complete. Got all the alarms. There we go. Now we've got a bungee jump. I don't really know how to do that, but we're gonna figure it out. NVIDIA's not figured it out. QQQ, long we took though is looking pretty good. Does it jump off this? Oops. I don't know. I might have just died. Or did that work? Let's go. Look at James. He's not strapped into anything. He's definitely dead. James Bond, baby. Hey, we completed it. Let's go. We completed it as the NQ. Breaking the opening print. Let's go. Wow, the Russell is still just going, man. Nvidia contracts are up a few dollars a contract. Not much. QQQ up pretty solid. All right, chat. Well, we're gonna continue to hold Nvidia as long as NQ can continue to hold up, and if we can continue to hold VWAP in this 186.99 here. Really want to see NQ get above the opening print with some follow through. Right now, it has not been able to do that. See if it's able to do it or not. But if it fails the open back down towards the lows here again, and Nvidia starts to sell with it, we'll just close it out. This wasn't necessarily a name that I wanted to swing. Just semiconductors had some strength today, so if the market was going to stay strong, Nvidia looked like a pretty solid name to me. So we'll see here. We're going to continue to hold for a little bit, let it play out. But like I said, if we break down under this 186s, if NQ can't get above its open, we'll probably close this one. But if it continues to work, we'll continue to hold it. Like I said, it's right around break even right now. The QQQ small size longs that we took down here on the lows are up pretty nice. I think we can get a pop up in the 966 though. That's the target. So we'll see if we get that follow through. We'll be back. This is our last day for this week. SDtv. We'll be back on Monday. We will have Tradeify, so we'll have a bunch of Tradeify accounts to get back into giveaways and stuff like that. So thank you guys for hanging out this week. Aaron will be back on at 12, breaking down this morning's action, and which is, I guess Bank strong, RTY strong, the Dow strong, ES and Q strong overnight, but haven't gone very far. We haven't really gone anywhere. They're both kind of at their opening prints here. VIX kind of really hasn't gone much anywhere since it opened. All kind of tight ranges for those. So, but yeah, Aaron will give his take on it. And for the meantime, I'm just gonna grab some lunch here, and we'll see you guys at noon. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let me actually I don't even have OBS up to get the right screen on. But as the video starts to break down and NQ once again can't get over the open, it's looking like a bit of a nothing burger today, unfortunately. It's a bit of a bummer, but oh well. I hope you guys all trade safe. I know Peter said he took a fat L today, but hopefully not anything you can't come back from. We'll see you guys later. Peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Aaron for the Nooner to wrap up this week on SDtv. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hope everybody had a good morning. Sure, everybody get in and say hi. Just a grinding higher, right? Grinding higher. What's up, Miss Tamika? There we go. All right. Amanda, what's going on? Give everybody a minute or so to get in. That's just grinding. Did you guys see our financials today? Holy moly. That is a massive tailwind. Omar, what's up? All right. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. All right, we got a lot to cover. So starting off on the VIX. Now, this is VX, VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Remember, we're using the G contract right now. VXG. Okay? Now, on the larger time frame, okay, this is the short we ran into. All right, and that's drawn from those 2015s down to these 1775s. All right, that was on the December 17th. Okay, so that's what we ran into. We didn't break it. Now, what we have done, all right, so follow me here, is after we traded into this resistance, you know, the indices started their rally, and we broke through that long from lows. So could we make an all the way halfway back move? There'd be nothing unusual about that. That's normal, right? But what we're hanging on to here, all right, as we're going into the afternoon and the rest of the week, is, make sure you guys can see that. We had this short off of highs, right? And the indices have this same thing. We have this short off of highs, and there's the profit target. We blew through that profit target, right? So we're going into these extension shorts. Anytime you blow through a target, draw lows to lows, okay? And that's what we slammed into, to the tick. Right there. Okay, so we've got targets below us. Now, what are we getting hung up on right here? All right, is this original draw, and there's a name for this, this original draw, see how we never traded it? See how we never traded that original draw? Okay, and then we lifted off. Well, those orders are still sitting there. And that's what we're getting hung up on, right? So, granted, this didn't happen on a Monday or a Friday, but you can see that that's what we're getting hung up on. We never traded that pullback, and those orders are still sitting there. Anybody know what this is called? We haven't seen one in a while, but anybody know what that's called? Anybody? I know Tamika knows what it's called. Anybody? We often see them on, if an important level doesn't trade on a Monday or a Friday. Anybody? Think 1980s band. Pitbull reused the chorus. Swedish band, one hit wonder. Anybody? No? Okay, it's called an AHA trade. And usually they occur if we don't, like I said, if we don't trade an important level on a Monday or Friday, that the orders are still sitting there. All right, and these orders are still sitting here. So that's what we're getting hung up on. This was just our original draw. All right, from Tuesday's lows to highs. All right, we're getting hung up on that. Now we're not looking at this as a long. We're just identifying what we're getting hung up on. Okay. So we're still in shorts, absolutely. Now, the only thing to think about is if the VIX would come up here at some point and break these extensions, right, we're just making our full pullback. So the VIX is in shorts, indices are in longs, bank is in longs, all right, but that's that little area that we're getting hung up on, okay? All right, so we'll get rid of that. I just want to show you what that what that was, okay? So that's where we're sitting right there. All right, any questions? Any questions going into the afternoon? See how perfect that is right there to the tick? All right, that's what we're sitting at. All right, any questions? Oh, everybody know we're closed Monday, by the way? In case you didn't know, we're closed Monday. I haven't said that yet, but all right, for him, okay. All right. Okay. So that's where we're sitting going in the afternoon the rest of the week. All right, moving on to bank. Now bank obviously just took off. All right, and when we see this, we know there's a massive tailwind behind the indices, and we don't want to try to stand in front of them, right, when bank does this. So where does this put us? Well, remember, bank's an index, right? And when it's rising, it's like a ship with the sails open for the indices, and the wind is blowing, right? Very hard to go down, easier to go up. All right, so if you follow along from these lows, right? Remember, this is just an index. This isn't traded. We had these pullbacks, off that low, right? And then we shot straight up. So there is an extension long from this high at 3:15 yesterday, 3:15 p.m. Eastern yesterday. So there is that long extension below us. All right, now are we going to make this pullback? Who knows, right? It's an index. Okay, but as long as we keep going up, actually it's right there. As long as we keep going up this afternoon, right, the indices are going to keep that tailwind. If we see bank roll over and start this pullback, then the indices are going to lose the tailwind. That doesn't mean they're going to go down. It just means it's going to be harder for them to go up, easier to drift backwards. Okay, and we want to be on the right side of this. All right, so you can see we got the VIX in shorts, we got bank in longs, so the path of least resistance for the indices is up. Okay, so there we go, there's the financials. All right, now moving on to the ES. Still in all of these massive long setups. Okay, the most current one, the larger one that we're in, right, is from our lows of the year, January 2nd, okay, to our highs on January 7th. There was our pullback, never hit that target, right? So we just leave the draw right where it is. Dipped into our lows yesterday and it ripped right out of it. So that's the larger move. Now we've got targets up at 70.39 from this move. All right, now here's those extension longs on the ES, opposite of those extension shorts on the VIX. Right, there's our pullback right there, and highs to highs. All right, we had it right there. Okay, so that highs to highs on the ES is drawn from this high on Wednesday, 4 p.m., call it 3:45, 4 p.m. All right, to our highs here at 9:15 this morning, right? Then we had our pullback right there. The VIX made its pullback into its short. See, that was at 10:45, right? This was at 10:45. That's where the VIX made its pullback short, right there. And that lifted us off. Okay, so targets for that extension are up here at 70.20. Now, what we'll have to pay attention to, if we get to these targets, but the VIX hasn't gotten its profit target yet, we're not really going to move anything. Okay, we're not going to really move any draws yet. Okay, so you can see we're going to leave unless something really dramatic happens, we're going to leave this gap unfilled today. All right, we did fill the unfilled gap from Wednesday. All right, during trading hours, so that's filled. Right, so that's what we're looking at now. What we can watch for are these pullbacks from that 10:45 lows to highs. All right, now it's going to be really small on the VIX, right, because we're getting really tight down here. But those 10:45 highs to lows, you can see those are defending. So you can see there's a little bit of a divergence, right? The VIX is at its 10 a.m. lows down here, right? And we've blown through those 10 a.m. highs. So there's a little bit of a divergence right there. All right, but that's what we'll watch. Now, if we get to these targets, right, these 70-20s, and we go through them, then there'll be another highs to highs. All right, but we're not quite there yet. So target for the profit target for this extension that we're in are these 70-20, 75s. Okay? And more than likely, we're going to leave the gap unfilled today, unless something really dramatic happens. All right? So pretty technical, pretty awesome, right? A lot easier when the VIX is in a downtrend, right? So there we go. And if this keeps melting, we're just going to keep grinding higher, right? The path of least resistance is up, right? Bank rallying, VIX going down, path of least resistance is higher. All right? Everything's programmed long right now. You can think of it that way. Everything's programmed long. All right. You said the long draw on the ES is from January 2nd to January 7th. The larger one we're in? I believe that's right, Amanda. I know it's January 7th or 2nd to, yes, the high at 12:15 Eastern, p.m. Eastern on the 7th. Yep, and that gives you your pullback right there. And that target's up at 70, 39, 75. We haven't hit it yet. So when we don't hit a target, we just leave the original draw right there, and it's still 100% valid. Okay? So right there. All right. So there we go. All right. There we go. You're very welcome. All right, moving on to the NASDAQ. Okay, remember the NASDAQ made its pullback? Right? This is from, we're still in these larger moves. We've got plenty of targets above us. But the current move we're in is from December 17th to December 26th. We had this pullback, very briefly sloppy, and then that's fine. And then we traded it. We came back down and traded it almost to the tick right here. Okay, and now we've lifted off. So we're coming back to the top of the range. All right, on the NASDAQ, you can see this is a great big range. Now, are we going to get through it? I don't know. All right, we will see what the VIX does at those lows. Right, if the VIX starts to lift off those lows, then we're going to roll back over. All right, but here's that extension long. Look at that, perfect. From our highs here at 4 p.m. yesterday to our highs, perfect pullback right there. Targets are up here at these 26,019s. Right, now that the NASDAQ has touched the top of the range up here, I don't really want to draw this long from lows. We'll see if it has enough juice to get through. But if not, right, we don't want to get steamrolled as this comes back down to support. Okay, but in longs, absolutely. Right, absolutely in longs. Very nice, right? Very nice. You see the orders just sitting there. Okay, so that's the current long we're in right now. All right, so there's the NASDAQ. Now, the YM and the Russell, it's just ridiculous today because the bank off the screen. YM and the Russells. All right, so here's the YM. Okay, it broke the middle of the range. All right, so that's obvious, right? Very obvious. Okay, the long is from January 2nd to January 7th, halfway back in the year, right? And just there's the top of the range. Nothing in the middle is holding. Okay, nothing at all in the middle is holding. And remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank, so this massive bank rally, right, is just lighting up the Russells and the YM. All right, boom, target, boom, blown through the target. So we can watch this extension long here too. All right, right there, really nice. Okay, highs to highs. Number one. This would be number two. All right. So we're watching from those 7:15 a.m. highs today to highs. All right. This is a straight up or not at all, right? Because we're almost back to the top of the range. So we need to go straight up in these extensions because if we don't, we break, we're probably falling back down to the bottom. Okay, but just watch bank this afternoon and going into the rest of the week. As long as bank hangs on to its longs, then the YM and the Russells are going to hang on to their longs too. Okay? So there's the YM. All right, now the Russells has completely just taken off. All right, just straight up. All right, we talk about how sensitive it is all the time with bank's movement. So when bank gets one of these rips like it had today, then that's what it causes, right? Russell's just straight up. All right, we're in these extension longs from December 12th to our highs on January 13th. There was our pullback right there. Now we've gone to and through that target. Right, that target's up here. So we hit the target, we went through it. So one of two things. One, we're going to hold a new extension right here. Okay, just like that. Get over there. Okay, we're going to hold this pullback. All right, and if that would break, right, we're just going to that original anchor, same anchor, new high. Okay, so you can see that that'd be a substantial pullback. So just watch bank, right? Just watch bank, watch the financials. Okay, but just absolute rip. We've seen it twice now in the past couple months, and we talk about it. That when bank is in a downtrend, and then when bank breaks that downtrend, we need to get long the Russells. Okay, here's one right at the beginning of the year, right? And we had one back in December, I believe. All right. So that, I mean, don't sleep on the Russells. We've been talking about that for a while. All right. So there we go. I've been getting long the Russells a few months now, right? Because there's a lot of opportunity here, right? There's a lot of opportunity. Okay. So there's the indices. All right, there's the indices. So any questions here on VIX Bank or the indices as we go into the afternoon? Any questions? All right, you can see everything's in a bid, right? Everything's in a bid. And as long as the VIX is continuing to go down like this, so right now it's sideways to down, right? Sideways to down. Bank, sideways to higher. VIX, sideways to down. Indices, sideways to higher. Okay? All right, any questions? Any questions, VIX Bank indices, before we move on? Everybody good? All right. Okay. All right, moving on. So Bitcoin still running back up into this resistance level, right? From October 6th, as the beginning of the crypto winter, to our lows down here on November 20th, right? We haven't made it up there yet. We ran right into this 38.2. Right now, we're giving this all the room it deserves, okay, to break trend. Because this is a little long trend that we're in, right back up into resistance. So we're drawing from these lows on the 8th to our highs, okay? And we're, like I said, we're going to give it all the room it deserves. But if we come down here and we break these, then that would potentially confirm our resistance and give us our targets down at 69,390. Okay, so above these 92,768s, right? Then we're still in this uptrend. We can squeeze into this resistance. But the question being right now is, where are market participants going to start selling into this thing, right? Start hedging their longs or even opening up new short positions. Okay, so that's where we are right now. Still in longs here. All right, let's move on to spot. Oh, 66 bucks in the swear jar now. All right, it's getting up there. All right. Make sure you guys got my screen. Yep. Okay. Okay, so Bitcoin spot. All right, same boat. Right from October 6th. Right, October 5th, October 6th, highs to lows. There's that resistance above us, and there's that 100,000 mark. I've just got that marked because it's a psychological level, right? And this is what we're watching here. See that little extension broke right there from these lows to highs. Okay, so we'll keep trailing these measured moves up until they break, and once they break, right, we know we've ran into resistance. Okay, we'll just keep watching this, right? I'm still short, and I'm just waiting to, I'd like to add, but I'm waiting for a break, right? I'm waiting for a break. Okay, so there we go. All right, wrong button. Okay, stocks. What would you guys like to see? Somebody was asking for IREN this morning. I didn't have a chance to get to it. All right, stocks. Going into the end of the week. UPS. Adrian, what's up, man? UPS and FedEx. Yep. All right, let's take a look. This thing was getting killed there for a while. Okay. All right, here's UPS. Okay, there's that extension short that it's been holding. Okay, this is from October of 23, right? You almost put it there, but we didn't quite hit that target. All right, we didn't quite hit that. So be on the safe side to this low in April of 25. So we didn't quite hit that, so you don't want to misidentify a trend break. So it does have resistance up here. A complete change of trend, you'd want to see these 117s break. Now, when you zoom in, that's on a weekly chart. All right, when you zoom in, this is going up nicely. Look at that. Okay, first pullback off the lows, next pullback. All right, now from this original draw here, okay, this original draw, we've gone to and through that target. All right, so there could be this extension long right here. All right. It looks like it got front run to 38.2. There's a 38.2% line right there. All right. So that's what's holding you up. All right. And you can continue to trail as this gets into targets, if it does. All right. If it gets into these targets at 111, you can just continue to trail that up until it breaks. All right. So what you're going to watch for here, now you're kind of getting to the top of the range, but you're going to want to see the middle of the range hold. There was number one right there. See that held? Then number two. All right, there could be a little extension here holding you up, and you can see it working. It's just, it's so small. All right, there's a little extension right there. See that? But if that would break, you're just going to trail from, you're going to trail this halfway back. Okay. All right, so that's what you're looking like there. It looks really good, right? Looks really good. You got that resistance above you, but until long setups would break, that resistance means nothing. Okay? All right, and then FedEx. Oops. Yes. Okay. All right. What? Wrong button. There we go. Okay, FedEx. Oh, short, obviously. We're going to look at this one in a while. Okay, so that original long we had upheld. Probably have to go down to the daily to see this. All right, to walk this thing up. All right, so from these highs, there's where we hit our target. So actually, we hit our target and then made another pullback right there. And we went into these extensions. All right, there's number 1, 2, blew through that target. I'm gonna put that like right there. Highs to highs. That's what's holding you up right there. Kind of similar to UPS, right? So that's what you're looking at there on the daily. And that's how I'd look at that one. All right, same thing inside that little range that we're in. Looks like we're trying to hold this little strange little lows to highs. That's the middle of the range, obviously. Taking out this amateur gap out of the mix. That's an amateur gap right there. So take that big thing out of the mix, right? And there's your pullback target. You can just keep trailing these up. Right, keep trailing those up. Okay, so it looks good, right? Both of those. Both of those look good. All right. Okay, NVIDIA and then Apple and Dow. All right. Choppy Chopperton here, huh? All right. Okay, yeah, remember NVIDIA broke this extension, right? We were in this extension long and that broke. And NVIDIA's been in shorts, right? So this is what we're gonna have to watch here. Let's see if we broke through here. No, we didn't. See, NVIDIA's, okay, so NVIDIA's stuck now. All right, so there's your short from highs. All right, from this high on October 29th, right, to our lows down here on November 25th, right, there's that short setup. Okay, and it absolutely held. Now you've got this long from lows. Right there. So see how your pin between the long and the short? All right, so we'll see if this gets resolved. If we get resolved to the upside, you can just continue to trail this and buy pullbacks on the way up. All right. So just pin between the long and the short right there. Okay. Excuse me. And then Apple. Yeah, it is, Nate. Yep. Okay, so Apple's still got this extension long below us from this high on April 14th, highs to highs. It's still down here. But yeah, there is this extension short's holding. Absolutely it is. All right. So it looks like it potentially, right? Unless this breaks, right, we could potentially fall down into support. Okay, so yeah, so that extension short on Apple's from December 18th, right, lows to lows. It sure is. It sure is. Nothing to do in that mess right there. Unless you want to trade the top of the range, trade the bottom of the range, right, just stay out of the middle. But yeah, still in shorts. Still in shorts, unfortunately. All right, all we have to do is break out of these 262.65s. When's its earnings? Yeah, 14 days, so it's coming up on earnings soon. All right, and then Dow. Nice, look at that guy. Wow. All right, so we got resistance, but it's way above us up here. So where are we? Hang on. All right, so there was our pullback. All right, there was our first pullback right there. Right, didn't hit our targets, we just leave it there. Target, boom, and through that guy. Yeah, so that's what you're looking at there. So that, man, that does look good, right? That looks very good. I think you were talking about this back. Didn't we break? We break an extension or something? I forget what it was. But you had been watching this one. Yeah, I mean, we've got resistance above us, but that resistance means nothing, obviously, if we don't break long setups. Keep going straight up. It's got earnings in 2 weeks, too. Looks good, right? Even if that extension breaks, right, you've still got the, oh, man. Hang on. I'll move it over. There we go. Even if that extension breaks, you still got this halfway back. But look at that reaction, right? At that 38.2, bam. So pretty awesome. Yeah, that looks good. Looks really good. All right. Yeah, that looks really good, man. All right. Yeah, sure did. Very nice. Oh, I did want to point out real quick, guys, just keep an eye on the bond markets, right? Now, the futures are ZB and ZN, but here's the 20-year. ZB and ZN are the 30-year and the 10-year. But here's the 20-year, right? You can use TLT. But look where we are in a larger time frame. Remember, bonds up, rates down. Bonds down, yields higher. Okay? So see how this, right? Ever since back in March of 2020, right? Well, look what all of a sudden happened. Right? Here's our next, this was our next short setup. Bam, broke, right? So we'll see. But, you know, I just want to point out that possibility to everybody. There's a long way to go, right? A long way to go. Okay? So just wanted to point that out. All right. Okay. Pull back on the longer time frame on Dow. Let's look at it. Weekly. I don't have the data. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I see it. Yeah, I see it right here. If this is what you're talking about, there's a pullback right here. That guy? Is that what you're looking at on Dow? Right there. Because I don't have anything, I don't have any more data other than this dip into this low. It gives me the little dinosaur. Oh, it doesn't, it's not giving me the dinosaur. All right. I know Dow's been around a lot longer than that, but yeah, that's all it's giving me. All right. Okay. What's up, Frank? All right. Okay, moving on. All right. Yeah, that looks good, man. It looks like it's got legs for a while. All right. Okay, moving on. Okay, crude oil. Now, try that again. That too. Crude oil has made this pullback. Okay, I'm long right now. Okay, stops under the 61.8, so we'll see if it works out. So we're in this long from, we were talking about this morning. Oh, we got to move this over. December 16th. There we go. December 16th. Okay, right there. All right, to our highs here on the 14th, yesterday. Okay, there's our pullback. This is the, this is the pullback we've been waiting on. Okay, this is the pullback after the trend break. All right. We were going down in shorts, shorts broke, and this is our first full pullback. Now the question is, did we trade resistance? Well, if we did, we're going to fall through that, and I'll get stopped out. But see how there's a good distance away, right? But if we didn't, we're going to hold these longs. Now we're at this, we've dipped into this previous low, we ripped out of it, broke shorts, and this is the first full pullback. So we'll see. We'll see, but that's the one we've been waiting on. Right, that's the one we've been waiting on. So we'll see if we find support and then start to lift off out of there. Okay. All right, so there's crude oil trading this pullback. All right, now gold and silver. Gold, give me gold. Oh, that's frustrating. I just had it on there. All right, so here's gold holding on to that extension long. Okay, building this big old sneaky snake up here. All right, wouldn't be surprised to go sideways up here for a while. Okay, from our highs on January 6th to our highs on January 12th. All right, there's our pullback. All right, there's our support. Lit that fuse right there, ran all the way back to the top of the range. All right, so we're kind of building a wedge, higher lows, lower highs. We'll see, but top of the range, bottom of the range. That's all we know right now. When we get on top of an extension like this in a big old sneaky snake. All right, but it's holding support. That's the thing. We are holding support. Bullish. All right, so there's gold. Not a whole lot to do right here in the middle. There's gold. Now silver, okay, holding on to its long. Remember we had two different support levels. We've got an extension long here on silver. They're really close together. From this high on the 9th, this was last Friday. This high of last Friday's highs to highs. And then we've got our halfway back on the week, which was the Sunday night low right here. It's a highs. That's halfway back in the week. You can see they're almost on top of each other. I'll go with the more conservative one. I'll go with the halfway back on the week. But you can see we trade that. I thought I was kind of watching last night, and I was surprised we held this. I was like, oh crap, okay. Yep, there's plenty of orders still there. All right. As we start to lift off, right? We can continue to trail from these lows and see if we get the middle of the range to hold. Now there's a big deal going on right now between paper silver and real silver and the prices. We're about $12 now. $12 an ounce difference. Okay. So we got to keep an eye on that. Right. And I'll kind of lead you guys down that road. If paper silver starts to get a little sketchy, which a $12 difference is a big difference, right? The Shanghai Silver Exchange right now is $12 more. It's over $100, right? And the silver futures are only 91. So we'll see. We'll see. But shows no signs of stopping, right? Shows no signs of stopping. Okay, this long right here has a target up at 96.95. All right. So we'll see if these pullbacks hold, right? We'll see if these pullbacks hold. But everything's long. Everybody freaked out last night, right? Not freaked out, but this was a substantial down move compared to what we're used to, but it just fell into its next long, right? And then all this was just used as fuel. Squeeze us right back higher. Okay, probably had a bunch of people selling lows, think silver's crashing, right? And they just become fuel for the rest of us. All right, so there's our precious metals doing what they do. All right, now moving on to the dollar. Okay, we're still in these massive dollar strength trades. Okay, that broke. All right. Now that's in nominal terms. In real terms, right? If you look at the dollar compared to gold, right? Not so great. So we've now hit this target. Now we've got a larger target. Remember, this is just DXY. Okay, it's an index. It's not the dollar. It's a bunch of different currencies in an index. So we've got these. Now the reason it's so technical is because over 50% of this is made up of the euro, right? And the euro's very technical, so that makes sense. All right, so what we're going to watch here, all right, is this lows to highs. all right, as our next measured move inside of this stair step up into these targets, these 99.524s. Now, this is all dollar strength, right? If we start breaking longs, right, we could switch to dollar weakness. But right now, these are all dollar strength trades, okay? All dollar strength trades. All right, now, when we look at the dollar yen, okay, this is what's spooky, okay? So the dollar yen is holding shorts, right? That's from January 13th down here to our lows on January 14th, okay? Dollar yen's holding short setups, all right? So this would be dollar weakness, or would it? Well, funny you should ask, because look at the euro, okay? Just take a snapshot, look at the euro, right? Euro's in shorts. So we have the euro and the pound in short setups at the same time. That's something we gotta watch, right? That's something we gotta watch. Because if the pound or the euro and the yen, right, are falling together out of short setups, the indices could get real bad real fast, okay? So we need to keep an eye on that. It's a risk off, right? That's the carry trade unwind, the one you hear about in the news, okay? So if we have dollar strength, right, and we're going down, that's yen strength, okay, meaning the yen is stronger than the US dollar, which is insane to say, okay, if they're both going down together, right? So keep an eye on that. But as of right now, there's your trade. There's your trade on the yen. If this breaks, right, if that long breaks from lows, right, then we can draw that next highs to lows and try to jump into that trend down into these targets, okay? Now, the euro is going down in these extension shorts, okay? This extension short, the larger, here, let me just walk you through it. The larger move that we're in, all right, is from these highs on the 23rd down to this low on January 9th, okay? Pull back right there. Targets are down here, all right? So we haven't hit that target yet. So inside of that, these are the little worker bee moves. Remember, their only job is to get us to the larger target. They're just a little worker bees to get us down here, okay? Had this pullback a couple times off of our highs. Inside of that larger move, there was number one, there was number two. Number two went through its target, okay? Number two fell through that target. So now we've got this extension short right here, and it's defending, right? Defending to the pip right there. Okay, so if these extension shorts hold, right, we'll just continue to trail as they hit targets, continue to trail down into this larger target, right? But if we break these extension shorts, we could make, right, a larger squeeze. Okay, we absolutely could make a larger squeeze higher. Okay, way up here. All right, so isn't that cool? So there's your extension short worker bee, extension worker bee, extension worker bee short, however you want to word it, whatever. All right, worker bee extension short. I don't know. I'll go down that path. Anyway, whatever you want to call it, it's right there. Right, and if these hold, we fall, more dollar strength. Now, that's the thing. This is in a short. This is in a short, right? So we got to be aware. Now we could bounce off this long, right, and lift off, and the euro continue down, then no harm, no foul, everybody's good. All right, we just need to be aware, right, because I don't want you guys to get caught on that and start thinking, what the hell is going on? Trying to get long the markets when you've got the euro and the yen falling together, right? That's the carry trade unwind. They're ever going up together, that's the wind up. That's risk on, right? When you have them going down, risk off. Okay? All right. Okay. All right. See you, Amanda. Thank you. All right. So there's that. British pound still has room, right? Before we even look at it, we know that. We've been waiting on this pullback for a while. Okay, this pullback on the pound is from this low on November 4th. to this high on January 6th, right? This is that pullback we're kind of waiting on. Look at that risk reward, right? There's the target. You can't even see it, it's so small to get all the way up there. That's juicy. So it's going down in extension short as well. Okay, so here's the larger move. All right, from our highs on January 6th to our lows on January 11th, right there, really nice, right? Then we held this pullback here that fell through a target. So there's the extension short on the British pound. There we go. There we go. Okay, so it's trading it right now. Right, it's trading it right now. So these extensions shorts on the euro and the pound continue to hold, and we roll back over into dollar strength, and we've got room to fall. Right? If they break, we're just making, all that means is we're making a larger pullback. All right, and that would be a little bit of dollar weakness as we make this pullback. Okay, so let's see where we are if anything is exciting happening. No, VIX sideways. Jeez, look at that rip. Think there were orders sitting there, that draw that we just had? See that? That we drew up at the beginning of the call. Halfway back on the day, right? Always know where you are halfway back on the day. Always know where you are halfway back on the week. All right, but nice move. If you grab that, congrats. That's a nice move. Very technical. All right, that's not me and you doing that. That's institutional programs, right? That just rip that thing because there's enough orders there. All right, so bank kind of making a little pullback, VIX sideways to down, bank sideways to up, indices sideways to up. This is the path of least resistance. And I'm not saying there's not going to be little pullbacks and stuff, but I'm saying that the dips are getting bought, the rips aren't getting sold. Okay. All right, so we'll see. Silver doing silver stuff. Let's see. Yep, silver's starting to do silver stuff. All right. All right, cool. Good one, guys. I'm glad you guys got to see that real time right there. Ding, 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 ding. Right? All right. That's a pretty good move. That's what, 7 points so far? I'll take that. All right. Okay, any questions? Any questions? That's something I was going to tell you guys. Oh, what I was going to tell you. Tomorrow, two things. Tomorrow's the last day to apply for the mentorship program, and thank you very much to those that have applied. I've got all those. And also tomorrow we're on WAP. Remember, Fridays we're on WAP, Casual Fridays. Okay. And then Monday, that's the other thing I wanted to say. Monday we're closed. All right, Monday we're closed. Okay, I think that's it. All right, we are in the clear for news for the rest of the week, barring any geopolitical news that comes out, which, as we know, can come out any minute. But as far as news events, we're in the clear for the rest of the week. All right, pretty solid week, guys. Right, pretty solid week. VIX is in shorts, bank is in longs, indices are in longs. Precious metal is just doing what they do, right? Okay. Any questions, anybody? Anything pressing on anybody's mind? Anybody? Everybody good? Yes, Nate, I know exactly what you're talking about on Dow. Yeah. Right? Yeah. All right. Okay. Tyler, you good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks everybody.
Aaron.
All right, see you guys.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in to another week of Stock Dads TV. Aaron, thank you again for breaking things down for us. Hopefully, everybody had a very strong trading week. And if it was a strong trading week, hopefully you at least survived, and we can make it back next week. But we appreciate you guys tuning in, and we hope you have a great Friday and a great weekend. We'll see you guys all at 8:15 on Monday. Bye, everybody.